Ballpark as the Elon Phoenix host the UNCW Seahawks for Game 2 of 3 of the weekend series. Hello everybody, welcome inside the broadcast. Max Wallace and Riley Marchand, Annika Cronin producing in the control room. And Riley, what a way for the Phoenix to start off their final home weekend of the year.
Elon grabs their 18th conference win yesterday, their most CAA wins ever in program history, and their 12th straight win at home. We saw 7 hits by 7 players, a solo home run by Chloe Hatsopoulos, and McKenna McCard pitches the complete game, getting her 10th win of the season.
Let's take a look at that 9-1 victory. Elon just put it in cruise control and took Game 1 in the Battle of the Birds. Everything was clicking for them, as you mentioned.
They just had an amazing game yesterday. What one could say, a hit party. 9 runs scored. They finished it in 5 innings, and it was just a perfect start to this 3-game series.
Everything was going right for them. Even in this pickle, they ended up scoring a run. Caitlin Wells would come across. But in the end, it was Reagan Hartley who delivered the final blow on a bases-clearing triple. That allowed the Phoenix to grab that 18th conference win of the year and cruise their way to the first win of the weekend series.
Yesterday, number 4 went 2 for 3 in the game with a pair of RBIs, and this is just a great end to her senior season. It's her last regular season home series, and she's going off, putting on a show for all the fans here.
And it's that emotional weekend here on senior weekend for these softball players, but also a festive one, as at the pitcher's mound is a member of Elon Men's Golf. They took home the CAA championship for their first ever golf championship at the Division I level. That was up in New Jersey. They took it home, and they are headed to the NCAA regionals. That looks like a strike to me. Great pitch from the man on the mound as you get a look at that beautiful trophy in the hands of one of the members of Elon Golf. Really good stuff from them, and they're hoping they can see their softball team rattle off another really good victory. 9-1 was the score yesterday, and Riley, they will just try and continue that momentum today.
And we've got a lot going on today on Elon's campus, which we'll get to in a second, but Taylor Cherry getting the start in the second game of this weekend series. She's had 18 appearances so far, a 5-4 record, and 41 strikeouts. I feel like that's the number that stands out here. She's been pretty dominant this season, Max.
Yeah, the number that jumps for me is those 41 strikeouts as well. The issue, though, is those 30 walks. She's had a little bit of command issues on the season so far, but it's not order 66 for the Elon Phoenix. It's just execute order 6 this afternoon as they'll look to take Game 2 of the weekend series and win the weekend series. They picked up their 18th conference win yesterday and a big-time win on senior day. Senior weekend, that is.
Taking a look at the batting order here. Relay starting it off in first, and then you got Biddle, Britt, Corbin, Perty, Richardson, Yates, Amadeo, and Hennessy. Morgan Britt, you take a look at her at the bottom there, a 280 average so far this season, 33 hits and 21 RBIs. She's the player for UNCW that we're taking a look at today.
Infield is staggered in on the bunt formation as the left-hander Cassidy Relay checks in. Very interesting layout of the infielders as you can take a look. First baseman and Shaw is all the way in, almost even with the circle. As Cherry fires the first pitch, and it's in and out of the glove of the backstop Fitzpatrick. First pitch comes your way at 2:03 here on now a cloudy Saturday afternoon from Hunt Softball Park, the last home weekend for Elon softball. An emotional senior weekend. Taylor Cherry gets set to go again. Infield still in their staggered position. As the 1-0. Just misses off the plate. Count goes to 2-0. In the field for Taylor Cherry, it's Searing and Wyrick to her left in the infield at third and short. Hessenthaler and Shaw make up the right side of the infield at second and first. Already told you about the backstop Fitzpatrick. Hatsopoulos, Wells, and Hartley left to right in the outfield. 2-0 goes by high, and it's quickly a 3-0 count on the leadoff batter Relay, the center fielder for UNCW.
They have Greta Hessenthaler playing all the way in the first base spot. Reagan Hartley way to the left in your center field. There's a big gap there if she can get it by Taylor Cherry.
3-0 pitch showing bunt, pulling back and tosses it to the side. It's a leadoff walk for the center fielder for UNCW. UNCW comes out in their white away jerseys, the teal UNCW across the chest, CAA logo also in teal on the left shoulder with the teal numbers on the back of their jersey in outlined in black. They've got the teal stirrups.
The stirrups. We were talking about that before the game, and we were also talking about how much we liked their jerseys. They're very clean.
It's another great jersey matchup here this afternoon. Phoenix come out in their maroon tops, the white bottoms to go along with the high maroon socks, and the players wearing their white visors at the top. First strike of the afternoon goes to Madison Biddle, third baseman behind in the count 0-1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Takes a hack, fouls it off over everyone's head, and the count goes to 0-2.
And I know we were talking about this a little bit ago, but a lot going on here today, Elon. We got baseball at 4. We got the CAA championship tournament here, right here at Elon for tennis, men's and women's. That's been going all morning. And we got softball right here.
Here comes the 0-2. Runner takes off, pitches high, throw down to second base, beats her by a mile, but a backward slide to the back of the base, that is, for Relay, is enough to swipe her bag and get her to scoring position. Let's take one more look.
Fitzpatrick tried to get that throw down to second. Wyrick did have it in the glove. You can see it right there. She just didn't get her hand back fast enough. As like you said, she slid in to the back of the base. Great running play by Relay.
So now in a 1-2 count, the right-handed batter awaits the next pitch. Here it comes. Fouled over our heads and stays alive on the 1-2. It is a really nice day here at Elon University for all of those events. Partially cloudy, 77 degrees as of right now. A little bit of a breeze, 12 miles an hour. Perfect day for all the events here on campus. Here comes the 1-2. Sharp ground ball to the left side, but left of the bag at third and foul. And a good at bat here by Biddle to fight her way into a 1-2 and take a couple of pitchers with her.
We've seen a lot of balls from Taylor Cherry so far. She's still looking for that strike zone. See if she can figure that out in this at-bat. She's got 2 strikes so far.
Checks the wristband and now fires. Slow roller on the ground to the shortstop, up with it and over to first. Not in time. Wyrick had to wait on it. A little bit of an awkward bounce for the Elon shortstop, who had to catch it on that in-between hop, and paired with the speed of Biddle, I think we're going to give her a hit on that.
And that's always a tough play to figure out what you're going to do, because you got Relay on second. She had to take a look at her to make sure she wasn't sprinting to third when we saw Biddle running down to first, and that's why Biddle had enough time to make it to first. She took that quick look. If she hadn't done that, might have advanced to third and gotten the out at first, but it's just a tough play to judge.
Noah Feiner and Anthony Eppolito on the replay system this afternoon. Great look at it to open us up, and bang, bang play. They say the tie goes to the runner, and that is the case here in the top half of the first. So now with runners on first and second, UNCW, who was only able to crack home plate once yesterday in the 9-1 loss. An opportunity here in the top of the first. Bunt shown, but fouled off the top half of the barrel. Morgan Britt, the right fielder, will trot back to the batter's box.
Gabby Shaw still playing very far up in front of first base. No wonder. Trying to get that bunt down we just saw by Morgan Britt.
Great crowd here on hand this afternoon as the 0-1 is taken just below the knees. Fitzpatrick tried to bring it back up on the frame, but could not count evens at a ball and a strike. We were talking about senior weekend, so everybody's families are in attendance. Pair that with a great afternoon for some softball. Home Run Hill out and left is at max capacity. They don't have the max capacity sign for how many people that can hold, but it is.
There's a lot of people out there.
And that's a man-made hill out that way. That's
we saw
really,
them, we saw them making it at the beginning of the season.
That's really putting it to the test as you get a look at all the hill dads out and about. A lot of sunglasses on this sunshiny day. Here comes the 1-2. Fan and a miss, strike 3. Taylor Cherry picks up her first strikeout of the game, and it's a big time out number 1 with a pair of runners on. Trying to stifle the UNCW opportunity here in the top of the first.
And that's the way to do it. She pitched that ball way in the outside. It got her to swing at that one, and that's the first out for Taylor Cherry. And an important one, too.
brings up the cleanup hitter, Corbin. And the first pitch to her is in there for a strike. Allison Corbin, first baseman this afternoon for UNCW, behind in the count 0-1. Runners on first and second. Here's the pitch. Slap the other way, over the netting and out of play. The count goes to 0-2. And cleanup hitter for UNCW. Oh-2 pitch. Swinging another foul ball. This time straight back over the netting. That's something we've seen from now a couple batters so far in this top of the first, Riley. UNCW gets behind in the count, but when they do, the ability to foul a couple of pitches off and stay alive in these at-bats. Cherry's still in command, 0-2 the count. As the fourth pitch of the at-bat is hit high in the air, should stay in the infield. Infield fly is called, and it lands in the glove of Wyrick with two hands. The shortstop makes the play for back-to-back outs, and just like that, Elon is one step closer of getting out of the woods.
And if Cherry can make it out of this inning, leaving two on the base path, that's going to be a big confidence booster after that rough start to the top of the first. I think she's got it in her.
With two gone, the first pitch to Purty is just below the knees, ball one. Maggie Purdy, the second baseman today for UNCW out of Uniontown, Ohio. Great season brewing for her. 317 on the average. She has been a spark plug of this UNCW offense. Here's the pitch. Lifted high and deep in the air. Left center field, outfielders back, but they watch it go. Right on cue. Pertry into the trees, and it's 3-0 UNCW here in the top of the first.
Atsopoulos with her last at-bat of the day yesterday being a solo home run, and the first home run of the day, she watches it go over her head, over the fence. And that one's rough because we were just talking about that Taylor Cherry, a rough start, but she got it back. She had two outs. You had two players, one on second, one on first, and that's just a rough pitch to give up here in the top of the first to be able to give them that opportunity to hit one out of the park.
Center cut pitch, and the second baseman did not miss it. Her 15th homer on the season. She has been sensational at the plate.
And this has definitely been a great field to hit home runs. We've seen a lot, both from multiple Elon players, Gabby Shaw being one of them. And a lot of other teams have came in here and they just have a home run party.
215 to straightaway center. Probably went over about 200 in the left center field gap. Here comes the 0-2 to Richardson. Swinging a foul ball, and she stays alive in an 0-2 count.
And we've seen it in the past few games, Elon, they're able to score a lot of runs. 9 yesterday, only allowing 1 run from UNCW. So there's no doubt they can get the runs back and tie this game up, but that's such a quick turnaround by UNCW, getting 3 runs, 2 more than they had yesterday in a 5-inning game.
0-2. In the dirt, good eye that time by the designated player this afternoon for UNCW. Count works its way to 1-2. 1 for 2 yesterday was Richardson. UNCW already with that 3-0 cushion after the home run in the previous batter. Here comes the 1-2. Big swing and a miss. Taylor Cherry gets out of the inning with a pair of strikeouts, but not before UNCW strikes first. 3-0 they lead it on the long ball. That'll take us to the break. UNCW 3, Elon coming to bat up next. 3-0 our score after the top half of the first. Let's get a look at the Elon batting order. Leading off first, it's Greta Hessenthaler. She'll play second. Searing plays third, bats second. Wells in center plays and bats third. Gabby Shaw in the cleanup spot at first base. Hatsopoulos had a home run yesterday. She's in left. Peyton Fitzpatrick catches. Bats after Hatsopoulos. Mary Moss-Wirt, the designated player. Reagan Hartley, who walked it off in that fifth inning yesterday. In that 9-1 victory yesterday. She'll bat eighth, and then rounding it out, it's the shortstop, Lainey Wyrick. First pitch of the day for Herman. Just misses high and outside. Ball one to the leadoff batter, Greta Hessenthaler. Lindsey Herman, 5'3" freshman out of Gambrills, Maryland. Delivers the 1-0 just below the knees again, and the count goes to 2-0. She was a two-way player at Crofton High School and put up quite impressive numbers in her time there. In the batter's box, she had 33 hits and batted .434 as she delivers the first strike of the afternoon. And in the circle, she had 128 strikeouts to go over 61 innings. She allowed an earned run average of just 1.26 and a whip of just .84 in her senior season.
And it looks like she continued right where she left off coming here to college. Not as good as an ERA, but a 2.6, which is still pretty good. A 5-2 win-loss record in 67 innings pitched. She's got 45 strikeouts to her name and only 18 batters walked.
2-2 is well upstairs. Hessenthaler lays off of it. And the count has gone full on the leadoff batter. Textbook leadoff at-bat brewing here for the Elon second baseman as she's worked it full. Here's the payoff. Slap the other way. This will get down. It's a base knock to lead off the ball game.
And that's the way to start it if you're Elon. Their dugout hype as always. We always see that. They're a very close-knit group. I know we were talking about that before the game. Senior Day being tomorrow, we're going to celebrate all the seniors.
And you mentioned how tightly knit this group is. I think that's very evident. You mentioned the numbers and the seniors, all those numbers out on the outfield grass behind second base. Those are all the seniors that are graduating. Here's one of them, Allie Searing. Tries to lay down the bunt, but cannot. And the count goes to 0-1 on her.
And this series definitely being an emotional time for not only the seniors, obviously, because I'd say most of them are planning on leaving, not taking a graduate year, as we know. But definitely sad for the underclassmen, too, because they're losing all their friends, their mentors.
Here comes the 0-1. Hefty hack from Searing. Only gets a piece of it, though, and the count works its way to 0-2. Get a look at the numbers for the Waxhaw, North Carolina native. And they're eye-popping. 359 average is, believe it or not, third best in this lineup. Here comes the 0-2. Waits back on the off-speed, skies it into foul territory and over the net out of play. She stays alive.
And Elon has a lethal start to their lineup. Hessenthaler batting .384, like you just said, Searing third, batting .359, and then Caitlin Wells batting .415. That is insane.
An .807 slugging for the on-deck circle player. This one lifted into center field. It will drop for a base hit. Station to station goes Greta Hessenthaler, and on back-to-back singles, the Elon Phoenix bring the tying run to the plate in the bottom of the first.
And this is exactly why I had zero concerns that Elon was down 3-0 after the top of that first. I knew they were going to get hits. They've just been so good on offense in the recent games, and they're proving me right.
That was a great swing, too. Allie Searing, head down the entire way in a 2-strike count nonetheless. And she deserves that dance. Really good piece of hitting for her.
She's been so consistent this year.
One of the integral pieces of this Elon Phoenix softball squad. A team that won their 18th conference game yesterday, the most in program history, and there's still a weekend left of CAA play. They're 18-4 right now. We'll bring up the CAA conference standings later on in this broadcast, but 18-4, you'd think they've got a little bit of breathing room, right? Oh, you'd be mistaken. 1-0, slap the other way, right to the glove of the first baseman. Tries to step on the bag, but she cannot. It was a race to the first base bag. I think if Corbin just turned around and tagged Searing, she had the double play in her back pocket. Nonetheless, good job by 29 to headlong dive her way back. Gets back safely, so it goes down as just 1 out.
See it in the replay here. That one hit right to Corbin's glove, and Searing, I think again, tie goes to the runner. Too close to call there, but Searing's going to be safe at first.
Andrew Maston, the first base umpire, has been very consistent through the first inning of baseball here. He's at first, Roger Potts is at third, and it's John Hipsch calling the balls and strikes. As Gabby Shaw stands in 0-1. Lifts one, left center field. Back go the outfielders, and this is going to one-hop the wall. Coming around to score from third, it's Hessenthal. The throw comes into third. Searing will try as well. She's in there standing. Tag never applied. 3-2. Elon cuts into the deficit.
And Allie Searing is just so fast. I know this doesn't relate at all, but 14 stolen bases this season, and she hasn't been caught once. So there's no surprise she just ran all the way from first to home, and it wasn't even close to tagging her.
And I think you're wrong. I think that does relate perfectly, because on her way around third base, you'll catch it in the tail end of this replay, she never hesitated. The green light was given by the third base coach down that way. But she never stopped running. A really good look at it as you get a look at the head coach of the Elon Phoenix, and Kathy Bocock. Sees her team cut into the deficit with just one gone in the bottom of the first. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. 5 runs through the first 4 outs of softball. Seems like we're in for a barn burner here on Flow College.
And the 3 hits all into the gap in between center and left.
Chloe Hatsopoulos, home run yesterday. Here's the 0-1. Soft liner down the way at third over the third base coach's head and all the way into the corner. Count goes to 0-2.
She can get a base here. That will most definitely score Gabby Shaw, who's standing on second base, and that's the tying run that Elon is looking for in the bottom of this first inning.
Homer yesterday was part of a 1-for-3 afternoon for Hatsopoulos. Here comes the 0-2. Off the inside of her bat, this will drop in right field. She'll stop at first, runner will stop at third in Gabby Shaw. And just like that, the train keeps on moving. Their 4th hit of the inning puts runners at the corners, and the Phoenix threatening to strike again.
And they are just finding every single gap with every single hit they've gotten. That one going to the right side of the field this time instead of the left, but all their balls have dropped to where no one has been.
That's what they say, to hit it where they ain't.
And none of them have hit it in the infield. They've all been pop-ups that have dropped.
Head coach of UNCW comes out to talk to the home plate umpire, John Hipsch, as I believe there's going to be a change made. Still waiting to see somebody come out of the dugout for UNCW.
And to my knowledge, there wasn't anyone warming up in the bullpen. You wonder if Herman is going to come out.
Peyton Fitzpatrick, who's supposed to be in the batter's box right now, runs out. Talks with her assistant coach just to the right of home plate. And now there's going to be a visit on the mound from both the head coach, Ashley Wade of UNCW, and one of the pitching assistants.
And it looks like they're being given a paper.
I think it's something that's going to go in their wristband, as there will be a change made, and it will be a change on the mound. It will be Michaela Huddleston who takes over. More on her when we return in a 3-2 game. There's only one gone in the bottom of the first, and we've got a pitching change. Stick around. Should be a fun one here on Flow College. Michaela Huddleston will enter this ballgame with just 1 out on the scoreboard. Get a look at the sophomore's numbers and the transfer from Michigan State.
Yes, playing in the Big Ten last season, she went 1 win, 1 loss across 6 appearances as a freshman with the Spartans. She only tossed 4.2 innings. So we haven't seen that much of her from Michigan State, but seen her a lot here this year. 24 appearances, like you just said, 84 strikeouts.
Reset yourself here. Runners at the corners with just 1 guy. And the first pitch to Peyton Fitzpatrick, the catcher for the Maroon and Gold, goes by high, 1-0.
84 strikeouts. That's really good.
And then you pair that with the walks, too.
Yeah.
It's all about command. The last thing you want to do is give up free passes, especially in softball. We saw Allie Searing, how fast she is. It's across the board, especially with this Phoenix team. Bunt attempt, and it's tapped off home plate and fouled away. Count evens at 1 ball and a strike. The 1 out, by the way, was Caitlin Wells, and it was a rocket shot towards first base. A really nice play, all things considered, by Corbin at the first base bag. Kind of sums up the day for Herman. Everything's been tattooed, and she's back in the dugout after just recording the 1. Runner's going to try and get into a pickle. Hatsopoulos is obstructed in the baseline. First base umpire holds out his arm. Not sure if he called her out or not. And that will cause the head coach, Ashley Wade, to come out of the dugout yet again. Take a look.
I think he's going to say it's interference on Purty, not on Hatsopoulos.
You would think that, but if we run it back right here, this will be a great indicator. So the pitch comes in. It was a ball to the plate. Hatsopoulos had to maneuver her way out of the way. Normally the umpire should signal here.
I think the question's going to be, was she in the base path? Was Purty in the base path of Hatsopoulos? And I think that's what the ump was saying.
We'll tell you what, it's a good thing we're not playing charades because I would have lost. I'm not sure what the indication was, because it looked like from our vantage point and on the replay, it looked like he was holding his fist out, calling her out. But Hatsopoulos right now stands at second. Shaw stands at third, of course.
And I mean, if you're running from first to second and you have to move around an infield player, I would say she's safe. Yeah, and that's what they're going to say. So that's going to be interference on Purdy, and she's going to stay at second base. Hatsopoulos.
So runners in scoring position by hook or by crook. And now what an opportunity for Peyton Fitzpatrick. 2 balls, 1 strike to her.
And you wonder if she's still going to lay down the bunt. Doesn't look like it.
Holds the bat over her shoulder for now. And gives it a rip down the first base line. Coming home is Shaw. Slide to the back of the plate. Is in time. She's in there to score the run. Throw goes down to third. It gets away. And Hatsopoulos, hands in the air. She scores from second. Ball goes all the way into the corner. They'll send Fitzpatrick back to second. What a wacky way we've started this afternoon. Phoenix get 2 runs on a ball that was hit maybe 40 feet. And just like that, it's 4-3.
And I see what you're trying to do there. If you're Corbin, you're trying to get the out at home. But if you can't make the throw there in time, just get the out at first. She could have walked 3 feet and tagged the base and gotten the second out, and only 1 run would have scored. No shot Hatsopoulos would have scored on that play if she would have gotten the out at first. She decided to go home. Probably the wrong decision if you're UNCW, and now Elon up by 1.
So Herman, who started this ballgame, you can close the book on her. 0.1 innings pitched, 4 hits, 4 runs, only 3 of them earned after the ball was thrown away by the catcher in Amadeo. And just like that, Phoenix lead it 4-3.
Take a look at the Hill dads out there. They're excited.
What a wacky way to start this game.
I 100% agree. This game has been very interesting, and it's only the first inning.
Four to 3 our score. As with the runner on second base, pitch is right on the outer corner to Mary Moss, the designated player. 4-0 our score after the 2 RBI double by Gabby Shaw, and then a pair of runs score on the fiasco of errors on the previous play. Tough hop at the shortstop position. This will also result in a base runner. Another one of those in-between hops. We'll wait and see. They give an error to the shortstop, Hennessy. And that puts runners on first and second for the Elon Phoenix, who are 2 batters away from batting around.
And it seems like changing the pitcher did not do much help for UNCW because Elon's just keep getting hits. There's no way of stopping them.
Put the ball in play, good things happen. First pitch to our player to watch this afternoon, Reagan Hartley. Comes in batting .282 on the season. Was 2 for 3 yesterday, a pair of runs driven in.
She had herself a game.
In her final weekend here at Hunt Softball Park. 1-0, pulls it back, and fouls it away 1-1.
She's got 2 fast runners on base for her. She can get a base hit. Both Mary Mossworth and Fitzpatrick, 100% stolen bases for both of them.
1-1 pitch. Bunt laid down off of the plate. Count goes to 1-2. Phoenix batters have had quite a few at-bats like this. They get behind 1-2, 0-2. Well, hasn't really mattered so far in this bottom of the first inning. Only the 1 out on a line drive to the first baseman. That was the 3rd batter of this ball game, Caitlin Wells.
And that's the only ball that's been hit into the infield. All the other ones dropping in shallow outfield.
Here comes the 1-2. Here's another one lifted into left field, but it's the center fielder in a wacky shift to the outfielders. All 3 outfielders were to the left of second base, and so that will go down as a fly out to center, even though it landed in the left center field gap.
You can't imagine what could have happened if Reagan Hartley lined one down the right field line. That could have been an inside the park home run.
Easily would have been. We saw that kind of shift on her bases clearing triple the other day. It's the first pitch to Lainey Wyrick, the shortstop. She swings at it, goes down 0-1.
And I know we saw in the beginning of the season Wyrick and Swart were kind of trading off shortstop, but she's really locked down that position. She's been the starter for the past few series.
0-1 pitch. Ripped foul. Yeah, you know, it's not a bad day when you can look down at your number 9 hole hitter and realize she's got a .215 average, gets on base at a .292 clip, and someone who's very steady in the field as well.
She definitely won that position because of how good of a player she is. And she's only a freshman, so she still has a lot of time to develop and get better.
And I think that's what makes this team, this Elon team, so dangerous. The freshman in Lainey Wyrick complements a duo of sophomores in Hessenthaler and Fitzpatrick. Everybody else, though, partially senior weekend, partially because they're that good, upperclassmen, seniors and juniors. Big swing and a miss. Wyrick down on swinging strikes, and that closes the book on the bottom of the first. Not before the Phoenix pile on 4 runs. One of the wackiest innings that we've had up here in the broadcast booth. One of the wackiest we've had at Hunt Softball Park. One more look at the strikeout to send you to break. 4-3 our score. Buckle up. Looks like we're in for a treat on Flow College this afternoon.
Great medicine and world-class athletics come together at Duke. The Urbanic Sports Science Institute leads this collaboration in treating all sports-related issues from injuries to improving performance. We pride ourselves on offering the best clinical care for all athletes, all ages, and all skill levels. To learn more, visit dukehealth.org or call 919-813-6860.
This is the CAA on Flow Sports.
Well, after one inning of play, our score is 4-3. The Phoenix, well, they say, you underestimate my power. Put up 4 runs on 4 hits to go along with 2 errors by UNCW, and they reclaim that lead. Taylor Cherry will go back to work, number 6. Bit of a shaky start for her in terms of how good she's been this year. But, hey, if you can walk back to the second inning and enter the circle with some run support as well as a lead, I don't think you're ever going to complain about that.
If you have the run support and you're having somewhat of an off day or maybe just an off inning, she can be fine. She just needs to come in here and be dominant like she was at the end of the top of the first, not the beginning.
First pitch is in there for a strike. Bottom of the order coming up for UNCW. Addie Yates, Mackenzie Amadeo, and Grace Hennessy due up in this inning. 7, 8, and 9 for the Seahawks. Here's the 0-1. Slap hit the other way, but foul into the netting. 0-2.
And to continue the thought about having players like Lainey Wyrick, who's a freshman who's just getting started, we were talking about this during the break. 6 new recruits for Elon softball coming in next year, and I would say almost half of them here right now supporting the seniors on senior weekend. That's looking up.
Beautiful pitch from Taylor Cherry is framed by Fitzpatrick. And 3 pitches, 3 strikes, 1 out to start off the top of the second. Back-to-back Ks for Cherry on the hill. Amadeo stands in from the right-handed batter's box. First pitch to her. Fanned on and missed, and Cherry is in a groove right now.
And if she can keep this going and the bats can keep going, this game could easily be lost by UNCW. I know Elon's only up by 1 right now, but Taylor Cherry, if she can be dominant, then this game could get out of hand.
0-1. Fitzpatrick couldn't pull it back over the plate. Ball 1. And it just felt like all the momentum after yesterday's dominant 9-1 win for the Maroon and Gold. Felt like that first inning was really the first bit of life we saw from UNCW this entire weekend.
And it just got shut down. Simple as that.
That's how good this Elon softball team is. They do not take any moment lightly. They do not take any moment for granted.
I mean, 18-4.
Most wins in program history, and there's still
speaks for itself.
5 games left. Here comes the 2-1. Big swing and a miss.
If they win out, they could have 23 wins on the season, and to think that 18 is the program record, if they even get to 20 or 21, that's insane.
2 balls and 2 strikes to the 8-hole hitter in Amadeo. Here's pitch. Fouled back this way. Stays alive, 2-2. Kathy Bocock has said time and time again about this team that they are the chosen one. They are a great unit. This team is special. There's that one clip on the Elon softball Instagram where Kathy Bocock greets her team after a big-time series win last weekend, and she says, you know how I said this team was special? As the 2-2 pitch is on the way. Fanned on and missed back-to-back Ks to start off the inning. But she greets her team, tells them how special they are, and broke the news to them last week that they had already clinched a spot in the CAA tournament with 2 weekends left. Flash forward to this weekend, they haven't missed a beat. Taylor Cherry's pitching a phenomenal game after giving up the home run. The offense has struck for 4 in the bottom of the 4th. This team just feels so good right now.
I 100% agree with you. I was lucky enough to be at that game and actually film the reaction of Kathy Bocock telling the team that. And it was excitement during the video and it was excitement after the video. It's not just all for the gram. They do it on and off social media. If they look like a tight-knit team on social media, they're a tight-knit team off of social media. They're just such a good group, and I feel like that all starts with Kathy Bocock. She's the reason why people come and play here. She's just such a ray of sunshine.
Another pitch in there for a strike. Right now, Taylor Cherry has a one-way ticket to the strike zone. She struck out her last 3 batters, 1 looking, 2 swinging, and she's got Grace Hennessy on the ropes. No balls, 2 strikes. Cherry resets and deals. That would have brought the house down.
Yeah, that would have.
Beautiful day here at Elon, as we've told you. Complimented by a very nice crowd. Riley told you that it's a lot of recruits, a lot of families of the seniors, and of course the Hill Dads joining us on a picture-perfect Saturday afternoon. Here comes the 1-2. Same spot, same result. Just outside, 2-2, Deuces Wild.
And if you can let up 3 runs in the first and keep your confidence and come in here and out to the second and not let up any runs or base runners, that's very good for Taylor Cherry.
Looking for her 4th K in a row. Won't get it here, back up the middle, off of the glove of a diving Lainey Wyrick. Not afraid to get dirty is the freshman as she laid out full extension for it, but off her glove into center field. That'll be a base knock, the 3rd of the game for UNCW. Breaks up the streak of strikeouts for Taylor Cherry.
And she almost had that one. It hit the tip of her glove. You take a look at the replay here. She, like you said, fully laid out, and she stopped it from going farther into the outfield, so that's definitely good.
That'll cause a meeting in the middle of the circle. Kathy Bocock out there to talk with her team with 2 away. Runner on first. Grace Hennessy, the shortstop, pokes the single through the center field gap.
No pitching change, though, but Isley Duggins is warming up in the bullpen for Elon. They're going to keep Taylor Cherry out there, though. She's going strong at the top of the second.
First time through the UNCW lineup. Not the best for Taylor Cherry, not the worst, though. Gave up the home run. It was a 3-run shot with 2 gone in the last inning. And that last single became the 3rd hit through the first 9 batters. First pitch to Relay is in there for a called strike. Cassidy Relay walked for a 2nd time on the weekend. It was her first today, also had 1 yesterday. Swiped a bag, later came around to score, and that was in the 1st. Awaits her 2nd pitch here in the 2nd, and here it comes. In the dirt, good stop by Fitzpatrick. Really nice play by the catcher. Had to get up out of the crouch, and all in one motion was able to keep it in front of her. That's the difference between 60 feet and the runner on first right there.
And it's so good when you have 2 great catchers, as we see Mary Mossworth behind the dish a lot, but Fitzpatrick gets a few games here and there, and she definitely takes advantage of the opportunities she gets.
1-1. Slap the other way, in and out of the glove of Searing. Recollects, fires a strike. Shaw keeps her foot on the bag. No, she does not. First base umpire says she was pulled away from first, and Shaw can't believe it. She tossed the ball back to the pitcher's mound as if she had made the play. And normally the sure-handed senior over at first base is oftentimes right on calls like that.
She headed to the pitcher's mound being like, no, I got that out. She was ready to go to the dugout. Now Kathy Bocock coming out to talk to the first base ump.
Let's get a back-end look of it. Great job by our guys in the control room as Searing, they don't call it the hot corner for nothing.
Oh, she definitely has her foot on the bag when she caught the ball.
You're right. Nothing else to talk about with that one. Great look at it from our replay crew, our high home camera here at Hunter Softball Park. And the officials, the umpires, that is, will keep everyone right where they are.
And that's so tough when you don't have replay review and times like that, because we could clearly see on our end that she had her foot on the bag, but whatever the first base ump says, that's going to go.
Rocket shot off the bat, so they'll give her a hit. Passes the baton back to Biddle. First pitch to her. Foul tipped behind Fitzpatrick. 0-1. And it robs such a good defensive play. We've talked about the Elon Phoenix softball defense this entire season, it feels like. They make a lot of special Sports Center top 10 quality plays. That was obviously not going to be one, but the wherewithal for Searing to recollect herself after dropping the line drive. Phenomenal job by the third baseman, and just doesn't get rewarded for it this time.
And then Gabby Shaw with the great stretch and keeping her foot on the bag. That's why you have a good first baseman, because some people think first base is so easy to play. All you do is catch the ball when the players throw it to you, but there's really a lot more that goes into it, and that's what Gabby Shaw does.
That's that senior-to-senior connection they have at the corners. Here comes the 0-2. Slapped into left field. This will get through for a base knock, and we're tied at 4. UNCW capitalizes on the line drive base hit in the previous batter, and they followed up with a pretty similar looking base knock here. 5th hit of the ball game makes it a tie game at 4.
And that's just so disappointing when you make a play that should have ended the inning. And then it just keeps going, and now they tied the game up. Wonder what Gabby Shull is thinking in her head.
All 4 runs for UNCW have come across with 2 outs on the scoreboard, be it the home run in the last inning or the RBI single here. First pitch is popped up sky high and lands just over our heads here at the Hunt softball press box, 0-1. Feel like a broken record. Every count, at least this inning, has started on a great foot for Taylor Cherry. 0-1, 0-2, 1-2. Just has struggled a little bit in these last couple of batters to put the nail in the coffin. Here's the 0-1. Tapper to Shull at first. Foot race to the bag, and she'll actually toss it underhand style to Hessenthaler to close the book on the top of the second. Well, we've had a run, at least one, in each of the 3 frames we played. See if Phoenix can continue that trend as we come back on Flow College. 4-4 our score.
Discover your gateway to the Elon experience with a stay at the Inn at Elon, a 4-star boutique hotel nestled in the heart of one of the nation's most beautiful campuses. Their mission, a stay with a purpose, ensures that 100% of profits from your stay and meals go directly to supporting student scholarships. Enjoy fine dining at the Mark, along with exceptional hospitality throughout your stay. Learn more and book your visit at theinnatelon.com.
At McGurk's Pub, you'll feel the Philadelphia brotherly love in the food and atmosphere. Home to the tidal wave and the best cheesesteak south of Philly, McGurk's also has a local craft beer selection that pairs perfectly with our delicious nachos. Bring your friends and family to McGurk's, the best eats and atmosphere in Eli.
Whole lot of runs here on a Saturday afternoon. It started in the top of the first. UNCW put up 3. Elon wasted no time though, Riley. They scored 4 in the bottom half of that first inning. And when all 9 bats came to the plate, they looked up at 4 runs on 4 hits, rewarded from 2 errors by UNCW. And they'll go back to work here in the bottom half of the second, much like the bottom half of the first started. Hessenthaler, Searing, and Wells.
They just got to keep being dominant with the bats here, back up their pitching, back up their defense too.
And you mentioned that defense. Prior to jogging out for this bottom of the second, UNCW softball had a full committee meeting right outside of their dugout. Ashley Wade called everybody over. They huddled up. Game's now tied at 4-4, but we were talking about it. It feels like all the momentum is on the maroon and gold side right now.
I would say so.
0-1. Sails by the shoe tops of Greta Hessenthaler, 1-1.
I mean, when you win a game in that fashion yesterday, 9-1, and you come in here and it's, like you said, tied, I would say you still should have that dominant feeling, like you're the better team.
One pitch. Slap the other way, dying quickly in foul ground, and it will kick off of the lip between the natural grass and natural dirt out in the left field. Giving chase was Yates, but it landed just out of her reach, 1-2.
And this is crazy. We're only in the bottom of the second, and this game has already almost gone an hour. It's crazy to think about.
4 runs on 4 hits for either team. The only difference in how it's come across, 1 error for the Phoenix, 2 for the Seahawks. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Hessenthaler down on swinging strikes.
That one a tough pitch there. Wasn't able to make contact with it. See if we have a replay, and yes, we do. Looks like that one dropped as it was coming in over the plate. You got a second look here. Yes, it did. Went bottom corner with that pitch, and she wasn't able to make any life with that one.
Just dropped right off the table for her. First pitch to Searing, right down Broadway, cuts the plate in half, 0-1. Searing singled and scored in the last inning. The first 5 batters who came to the plate, actually the first 7 batters who came to the plate, all stung the softball. Wells lined out to first. Fitzpatrick, who's a little bit later in this lineup, reached on a fielder's choice, and then Mary Moss-Wirt reached on an error by the shortstop. Everyone else either a single, of course, that line out. Here comes the 1-1. Slap back up the middle, over the head of the second baseman, in and out of the glove of Purdy. And that will be another base runner. They give her a hit, the second of the day for Allie Searing. And she's 2 for 2 in 2 innings.
And Purdy almost made a pretty play there. Just hit the tip of her glove and went right over her head. Allie Searing definitely happy about that hit. See it in the replay. She almost had it in her glove and she just didn't jump high enough.
Caitlin Wells squaring around a bunt, now pulls it back. Takes a hefty hack at a changeup. That one sails by her bat, 0-1, and the snap throw down to first base. Corbin collects, but not in time to tag out Allie Searing.
And no wonder they're keeping an eye on her like we talked about previously. 14 stolen bases, and no one's been able to catch Allie Searing.
Corners are even with the bags. Middle infield in double play depth. Outfield straight away. Here's the 0-1. In the dirt, nice block by the backstop, Amadeo. Keeps it in front of her and most likely keeps Searing at first base, 1-1. Caitlin Wells was 1 for 2 yesterday. Scored a run. Comes in with that 415 average. Dips down a little bit to 412. As she lays down the bunt, it's going to hit her in fair territory. The question is, did it get her in the box or out of it? If it got her in the box, it's just a foul ball. Looks like that's what they're going to call, and that's going to cause Ashley Wade to have a chat with a home plate umpire, and that will be another umpire meeting. Well, we have built up the umpire meeting so far. We have had one in each of the first 4 frames, as we'll get a great look at it at this angle. Caught her right on the way up, but that back foot, it was still in the batter's box. Good look here from our first base camera. Clearly still in the box.
And it looked like it hit her hand there too.
And so instead of out number 2, it's just strike number 2 here in the bottom of the second. Caitlin Wells will get another crack at it. Still squaring around to bunt. And pulls back. Tried to hold up and does. Searing takes off and she pops up at second base. Throw was wide. Stolen base 15 for Allie Searing. Doing a little dance on second base. She deserves it.
You deserve to dance when no one can catch you. 15 stolen bases on this season. That's a pretty good feat for Allie Searing, and she made it there with a mile of time left.
Looked like she was revving the motorcycle.
I mean, she's got the speed.
2-1 pitch. Tapper foul. Counts 2-2 now on Caitlin Wells. If the 415 or 412 technically average at this point in time isn't impressive enough, try an 807 slugging percentage for the 3-hole hitter. Here comes the 2-2. Great eye from her. Watches it go by outside and low.
Her OPS also an outstanding number. 1.268. 14 home runs also for Caitlin Wells.
3-2. Lifted. Shallow infield, and the second baseman will call off the catcher. Purdy makes the play for the second out of the inning.
Abby Shaw, another player with a good amount of bombs. 8 for her.
Doubled in 2 runs last at-bat did Shaw. Here comes the first pitch. Tapper foul.
So many foul balls this afternoon from both sides.
Riley told you, 8 home runs for the senior first baseman, 38 runs batted in. Batting .255 when runners are at second or third, and .224 when there's 2 outs on the scoreboard. Behind in the count 0-1, stands in the middle of the right-handed batter's box. Here it comes. Outside corner. Amadeo couldn't pull it back. Count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner on second, it's Ali Searing. Here comes the 1-1. Swinging a ground ball that makes its way to third, but it caught Shaw on the foot. Once again, still in the batter's box, so it'll just go down as a foul ball.
And that one looked like it might have stung a little bit. She walked it off, though.
Four runs in the first inning and a half here at Hunt Softball Park on senior weekend for these Elon softball players. Here comes the 1-2. Big swing and a miss. Shaw goes down on strikes, and UNCW gets out of trouble without allowing a run. Well, for the first time this afternoon, no runs cross home plate. No runs on just the 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. UNCW will try and reclaim the lead when we come back. One more look at the strikeout. We'll go to break on Flow College. Welcome back to Hunt Softball Park. New pitcher on the mound for the Elon Phoenix. It's Anadu, the sophomore from Harrisburg, North Carolina, and Hickory Ridge High School. She'll get things here in the top half of the third, which means Taylor Cherry, her afternoon is done. Not the best afternoon for her, but it also could have been a lot worse. She ends up finishing with 4 strikeouts, allows all 4 runs. Only 1 walk given up, and well, as it stands, game's still tied, so really no harm, no foul.
And we thought Isley Duggins was going to be the pitcher coming out from Elon. She's still warming up in the bullpen alongside Leah Miller, but Anadu, the first player to come out.
Hessenthaler keeps it in front of her and makes a nice play to retire Corbin for the first out of the inning. Maggie Purdy stands in as this one sails by and actually caught the home plate umpire. Caught him upstairs on like the left shoulder, and he takes a tumble. He's sitting behind home plate. Trainers from both sides come out to check on him. That caught John Hipsch right in the upper shoulder. Anadu will speak with her infielders. Outfielders will also come together. We'll step aside here on Flow College. We'll be back in just a moment. Well, the home plate umpire is back up on his feet and actually just took a bit of a jog down the first base line. He looks good, looks up and ready to go. As moments ago, he was able to stand up, got a nice round of applause from the crowd here at Hunt Softball Park. It's a tough duty back there.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a fast pitch softball coming at you, it's definitely going to hurt. Not surprised.
Talking to his officiating crew, but John Hipsch, he is definitely a trooper. Infielders are still huddled around Anna Dew in the pitcher circle. Outfielders are also huddled up out in center field as you get a look at Anna Dew's numbers.
11 appearances from the right-handed pitcher. 2 for 4 this season. She has 22 strikeouts in 23 innings pitched and only 8 batters walked. I would say that's a pretty good ratio for what she's done. Only 11 appearances for her so far. Not as many as some of the other pitchers for the Phoenix.
Next pitch to Purdy is in there for a called strike. She actually had a complete game, 7 innings, against the College of Charleston. Allowed just 4 hits, 1 run. Fanned 6 Cougars in the victory. 1-1 is up high, 2-1.
And I would say her 2-4 win-loss record doesn't show who she actually is, because I feel like she's a much better pitcher than what her stats show. She comes in, she gets the strikeouts when they're needed, and she's been great this season. I wouldn't just look at her win-loss record and decide her fate on that, because she's been amazing.
So much more can be said about how good Anna Dew is, and you look at her early performances this season, outings like North Carolina where she did not record an out but got the 4 runs allowed, inflates the numbers. 2-2, upstairs, ball 3. Outings like Duke where she allowed 4 hits and the 5 runs also can inflate the numbers. But you're right, Anna Dew has been someone who the Phoenix can constantly rely on to come out of the bullpen and keep a score where it is, much like she's intended to do right now. 3-2 in the dirt, and it goes by for ball 4. That becomes the second free pass of the day. And Purdy, who homered in her first at-bat, is back aboard, this time via the free pass.
And the 2 teams you just said that inflated Anna Dew's numbers, Duke, obviously a nationally ranked softball team, and UNC, another really great team, and she had to face both of them and only letting up 4 runs. I would say that's pretty impressive being a sophomore.
First pitch taken for a called strike on Lauren Richardson. Struck out swinging back in the first. Anna Dew's numbers, they get even more impressive when you look at the conference-only numbers for her. 2-1 record in 4 games played. She comes back with another swinging strike on Richardson. 13 innings of work. She's only given up 13 hits, 7 runs, all of them allowed, but 16 strikeouts against CAA opponents. Here comes the 0-2. Lifted over towards the dugout. Shaw makes the play, fires to second base, and keeps the runner at first. Gabby Shaw has had a great day in the field. Nearly made a great play at first base back in the second inning. A nice play here in the third to put 2 away in the top half of the third. And it also had the wherewithal to throw it over to second base to keep the runner there.
And you take a look at the replay here. She caught that one basically in the dugout and then got the throw to second to keep the runner at first. What a heads-up play by Gabby Shaw.
First pitch swinging, fouled sharply towards the UNCW dugout. That's Addie Yates. With 2 gone here in the 3rd inning. Yates is 0 for 1 today, struck out looking as a part of the 4 from Taylor Cherry. Came in as a pinch runner yesterday. 0-1, runner goes, throw down to second base is not in time.
Fitzpatrick is getting it down there almost just in time. She's just putting the ball a little bit out of reach for Lainey Wyrick. You can see it in this replay where she goes off. You can see Wyrick is a bit in front of second. If she can throw it a bit farther towards the bag and lead Wyrick's glove into the runner, that's how they could have gotten her out.
1-1 is fouled away, and it becomes a 1-2 count. One-two pitch. Leaves it low. Snap throw to second base. Back tag is no good.
And that was a great throw by Fitzpatrick.
Really was. Right to the base on a line, similar to how good she's been at throwing down to second on swipe bag attempts.
And good job keeping an eye on Purdy. She's had 20 stolen bases this season. While she's been caught stealing 5 times, that's still really impressive.
Hefty hack, but she comes up empty. Addie Yates goes down on swinging strikes, and that will retire the side. UNCW gets no runs, no hits, no errors, and the 1 left on base. Anna Dew stifled for a moment, but ends up retiring the side. We'll be right back on Flow College after this. Back to Hunt Softball Park. Well, we've talked about both the head coaches quite a bit already this afternoon, but you get a look at Ashley Wade in her 3rd season with UNCW, and she has this program in a really good spot right now. Don't let the conference standings fool you. We told you how chaotic the CAA is in terms of softball standings. 10 and 12 are the Seahawks in conference play. But overall, Riley, a really good number. 24 and 21, a .533 winning percentage. But this weekend, pivotal for UNCW.
And not to mention, last season went to the CAA championship in her 2nd season as head coach.
The 0-1 to Hatsopoulos. Taps foul. Strike 2. Phoenix plated 4 in the 2nd. They weren't able to get a run across in the... Excuse me, they played 4 in the 1st. Were not able to get a run across in the 2nd after just 1 hit. And here's the 0-2 to Hatsopoulos. Just outside. Nice take by the left fielder. Stays alive, 1-2.
And a quick weather update for you guys. A rain is expected to start in 20 minutes. Let's knock on wood here and hope that doesn't happen. Also some thunder and lightning maybe. See if we can get this game going a little faster.
1-2 pitch. Back up the middle, dying quickly, but right into the glove of Relay in center field, one away.
The end of this lineup, not able to get a hit yet. Fitzpatrick, Mosswort, Hartley, and Wyrick, all 0 for 1.
Pair that with the top of the order. Allie Searing's got a pair of base knocks. Gabby Shaw, the 2 RBI double. Chloe Hatsopoulos, who just lined out, already has a single to her name. As that would have been a single if it was about 5 feet further to the right. Roped foul by Fitzpatrick. 0-1.
And that can definitely be the difference in this game if Elon can get their whole lineup to produce instead of just the front half.
Oh, and 1 the count to Fitzpatrick. And here's the pitch. Fanned on and missed, strike 2. Tell you what, Huddleston has done a great job so far. Only 36 now pitches into her afternoon, but came in a really difficult spot. Seeing her starting pitcher give up the 4 runs. Inherited a couple of runners on base. Just really calmed things down. As Fitzpatrick ropes 1, just foul.
2 hits by Fitzpatrick that if they were just slightly more to the right, they would have been gone down the left field line.
Doing a good job staying alive, though. It's been the story of this ball game for the Phoenix Bats. The ability to battle with 2 strikes in the count. It's been important to their offensive success this afternoon. 4 runs on 5 hits. Another 0-2. Good take. One-two delivery. Slap towards third base. Tough play. Biddle up with it across the diamond to first. And by a step gets Fitzpatrick at the bag.
And that's a great heads-up play there by Biddle. And if you can hear the PA announcer here right now talking about some lightning and thunder 14 miles away from the stadium, that's what I was just talking about just a few seconds ago as the umpires go out. Looks like they're talking to the players.
I think the umpires are going to come together and discuss what the next course of action for this ball game is.
Looks like they're talking to Kathy Bocock. We have such a great crowd going here. That's going to be sad if we're going to have to pause this game, but the vibes are high. Hopefully everyone comes back if we go into a rain delay.
Well, it was a beautiful day, and then all of a sudden the clouds just said, hello there, and they appeared out of nowhere, it really seemed like. It was 77, sunny, limited clouds, and all of a sudden the breeze came in, got a little bit cooler here at Hunt Softball Park. Got eerie. Here's a great look at it over the Shar Center. 14 miles away is the impending doom, it would appear.
And if it does start thundering and lightning and raining, it's only supposed to happen for about 45 minutes, and that's not that bad. But the vibes are high. You can see it in the Elon dugout. Everyone is up and jumping. There we go. We got a shot of it right there. Greta Hessenthaler, Leah Miller, Michaela Hobson all up and dancing.
I don't think I've ever seen a shot of the Elon Phoenix softball dugout when there is not at least over 50% of those pictured without a big smile on their face.
Or even dancing. They're just always up and at it. I know I was here for one game where we did have a rain delay for about 2 hours. The game never happened, and they were out in the pouring rain dancing with the other team.
Soft fly ball to the second baseman, and that'll close the book on the bottom of the third. We play on here on Flow College. Top of the fourth comes your way next in a tie ball game, 4-4 when we return.
We all have our own way of getting business done. You know how to wow them. We know how to help turn your big ideas into reality.
Loved your plan to expand the business. Here's what I can do.
Atlantic Union Bank. Any way you bank.
Alamance Community College invites you to step through our doors into a world of opportunity. It's the perfect place to find your key to success. Earn a 2-year degree at ACC through hands-on training in more than 40 careers. Go to the head of the class in today's technology-driven workplace. Want a 4-year degree? ACC can help you start your BA through university transfer. Earn your first 2 years of credits at a fraction of the cost. Click on alamancecc.edu to learn more.
We all have our own way of getting business done. You know how to wow them. We know how to help turn your big ideas into reality.
Loved your plan to expand the business. Here's what I can do.
Atlantic Union Bank. Any way you bank.
Well, until we get the weather delay, we play on here from Hunt Softball Park. And Adu will go back to the mound in a 4-4 game here in the top of the fourth. Max Wallace, Riley Marchand alongside you here on Flow College. Annika Cronin leading the charge in the control room. A great weekend of athletics, a great spring semester that's drawing closer and closer to an end. Bittersweet to close the book on spring semester, but a handful of shows left for all the Elon Athletics faithful that you can either catch in person or live right here on Flow College. First pitch by Adu misses upstairs and away. Counts 1-0 quickly on Amadeo.
And I know you talked about earlier, Huddleston came in and kind of took control of the pitching for UNCW, and Adu doing the exact same thing here. We didn't have that good of the starters for both teams, but the players that came in to relieve have been doing great.
Adu starting her second inning of work, and the 2-0 just clips the bottom of the zone. 2-1.
Yeah, those clouds don't look that friendly in right field.
Two-1. In there for a called strike, right on the corner. Adu hunkering down on the mound, battles her way back, and we've got an even count. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the leadoff batter here in the top side of the fourth inning of a 4-4 game. On the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. Adu's fired up. Elon pitching staff has turned a new leaf, it would appear. Make it the 3rd retiree in a row, back-to-back strikeouts.
And way to take control of the game by Adu. What a great pitch. You want to know something funny, Max? Before the game started, I saw someone with an umbrella in the crowd, and I was like, why do you have an umbrella? It's so sunny and so nice out, but now I'm like, they knew something I didn't.
Could have been a sunbrella.
A sunbrella? I've never heard that before. Interesting.
The sun beams here at Hunt Softball Park. It's only April, end of April, so early May is on the horizon, but temperatures and the sun is certainly getting stronger here in Elon, North Carolina. Gotta protect yourself. It's not easy to sit out for an entire softball game or baseball game here at Hunt Softball Park over at Walter C. Latham. Yeah, there's those clouds you were talking about, Riley. They do not look friendly.
Such a happy game and such sad clouds. They were so happy before, Max. What happened?
I don't got an answer. But Adu's looking for an answer in the circle. 3 balls, no strikes. To the 9-hole hitter, Grace Hennessy. Here's the pitch. In there for a strike. Three balls, 1 strike. 9-hole hitter in the shortstop in at the box. Lines this one right center field. It gets over the second baseman's head and played on a couple hops by Hartley in right field. She's aboard with her second base knock of the ballgame.
5 hits for both squads now. Tie game, not surprised here. Both teams having an okay hitting game. Keeping it going here, Hennessy.
Back to the top of the order we go. Cassidy Relay reached on an error last time up. Takes the first pitch of the at-bat up high, ball 1.
Kathy Bocock making her way out to the pitcher's mound. Looks like we might have a pitching change coming. That would be my guess, unless they're just having a little chit-chat in the middle of the infield. You got 3 pitchers warming up in Elon's bullpen.
Head coach is talking to the infielders. I believe that is the assistant coach, Abby Latham. Oh, excuse me, that is assistant coach Sophia DeVesa, who's talking to the pitcher, Anna Dew. High five to both of them. And looks like Anna Dew is ready to go again. Runner on first. Just one gone here in the away side of the 4th inning. Deep breath out from the sophomore as she re-enters the circle. One-oh pitch. In there for a called strike. .344 average for Relay. She's reached base now 3 times on the weekend series. Shows bunt, pulls back 2-1.
At the top of the lineup again for UNCW. I feel like we've seen this lineup so many times, and it's only the top of the 4th.
2-1. Again showing bunt, unable to pull it back, and the count's even at 2-2. To your point, we have been flying through this, both sides really, on either side of the lineup. Not often you see a 3rd time through only in the 4th inning, but that's what happens when you got 4 runs on the scoreboard. 2-2, slap hit into shallow left center field, and it will be the center fielder, Caitlin Wells, who makes the play.
All the way in left. She's way out of her position there.
We've seen some pretty nifty shifts get put on all afternoon long, and, well, it works. Might as well do it. So the fly out to Caitlin Wells, even though it was in left field, puts 2 away on the scoreboard. First pitch to Biddle. Tried to hold back. She does. Snap throw down to first. Shaw's tag not in time. Well, they say only a Sith deals in absolutes, but Madison Biddle has been absolutely perfect this afternoon. Single and an RBI, single and a run scored in her first 2 at-bats. Another base knock would put her over that 400 average mark, sitting at .398 right now.
Anna Dew still going strong at the moment. She's definitely taken control of the pitching for Elon.
Where she's run into trouble is the start of the at-bats. Here comes the 2-0. Big swing and a miss. And what I mean by that is she's able to battle back in the count, but definitely starts off not on her best foot forward. 2-0, 1-0 to the last handful of batters, but hasn't phased her just yet. Still has yet to allow a run to cross. 2-1 upstairs, strike 2. Biddle can't believe it.
And it's clearly not a good thing when you start with multiple balls to any batter, but if you can fight it back, I mean, there's no problem with that. There's no problem to address.
2 balls, 2 strikes, here it is. Slap the other way into right center field, dying fast, and it will one-hop the wall. Hurtley will play it off of the wall, racing around third, heading for home. Here's the throw to the plate, tag at the base, not in time. They say her hand got in there. The Phoenix faithful cannot believe it. It was a beautiful relay back to home plate. Fitzpatrick applied the tag, and in the end, they called her safe at the home plate bag.
Taking a look at the replay here. Here's the hit that went all the way into the fence in right center. Rounding first, take a look back to third base.
Great camera work all the way around. Great replay look, and that is as close as it gets. It's a tough angle to tell, in all fairness to the home plate umpire. But it looked like, or actually I think it was the first base umpire who came down, it looked like The tag met the runner's hand, the runner, by the way, Hennessy, as her fingertips hit the base. And with the dust that gets kicked up in the air, really could go either way.
But if we're going with the storyline of how this game has gone so far, the tie has gone to the runner both times a play that's so close has happened, and this looks like we're going to call a rain-thunder delay here.
Believe that is what the case is, as the third base umpire is walking his way off of the field. Count will be 1-0. Runner will be on third after the RBI double. The second run batted in and the third base knock off the bat of Madison Biddle. Well, we were waiting for one team to reclaim the lead. UNCW was able to, and that will send us to a weather delay. Lightning in the area, so we will take a quick break here on Flow College. We'll update you on what's going on in just a little bit. In the moment, stick with us. 5-4 our score. Well, after about an hour and a half, close to 2 hours of a little bit of rain delay here at Hunt Softball Park, we're back with you. Max Wallace alongside Riley Marchand. The tarp got the tarp onto the field, and then they took it off about 10-15 minutes ago. Sunshine, as you can see. All hands on deck for that tarp pull, and they got it off.
And it was from our wonderful ESV crew. About half of them came over from baseball to help pull the tarp here at softball.
All hands on deck, like we said. And if you checked your phone and took a look at the weather app, it'd tell you it's still raining. Well, liar. It is not still raining. It is beautiful back here at Elon University. Some scattered clouds in the skies, but looks like we're ready to get back and play some softball. 76 degrees still is your local temperature, and we'll get the traffic for you here in just a little bit as well.
And I would say for about an hour and a half of that 2 hours, we were just off the air. It was not raining at all.
No, they had to let the clouds pass, let the field dry, and, well, let's get you recaught on where we are. It started with 3 runs from UNCW on this swinging home run by Purdy. She took it over the left center field fence to give UNCW the early 3-0 lead. Elon would bounce back, 4 runs in the bottom of the first inning to take that 4-3 lead until the second. UNCW tacked on 1 more. We were all square after 2, and then in the top of the 4th, which is actually where we are right now, UNCW scored 1 more. They've got a runner on third, 1 ball, no strikes to the batter, Morgan Britt. And Anadu will go back to the mound.
And just a short 2 hours later, we're going to see what's going to shake out with this top of the 4th inning. Got 1 ball, no strikes. Got a runner on third in Biddle. Going to be interesting to see if everyone can catch back up to speed. I know we're caught back up to speed, but I don't know what's going to happen there on the field, Max.
Yeah, you never know what's set to happen after a long rain delay like that. Anadu ready to go. Looks like the batter is ready to go in Britt, and the 1-0 delivery about an hour and a half, 2 hours later. Swung on and missed. Anadu picking up right where she left off. Morgan Britt struck out earlier today, about 2 p.m. She struck out swinging. Comes up for her 3rd at bat, 0 for 2, as you can see there. Ground ball right back to Du, fires to first, and like they never left, Anadu makes the play to send us to the home side of the 4th inning. 1 up, 1 down to send us on our way back to a break. Stick with us, though. Elon Bats come up next. Eight, 9, and 1 due up for the Maroon and Gold, who trail in this one 5-4 as we head to the home side of the 4th. Reagan Hartley, Lainey Wyrick, and Greta Hessenthaler. Look at that. Even with the lengthy rain delay, you cannot wipe the smiles off of the Elon Phoenix faces.
Looks like they got some rally caps going there in the dugout. End of the lineup still without a hit, though. Fitzpatrick, Mossworth, Hartley, and Wyrick. I know I said that right before we left for that wonderful rain delay, and we're still here now. No hits in the bottom 4 of the lineup, but let's see if Reagan Hartley can continue where she left off with her amazing performance yesterday and get her first hit of the afternoon.
She walked it off yesterday in a game that was abbreviated with the 9-1 victory for the Maroon and Gold. And the first pitch to her pulls back the bunt and takes strike 1.
Huddleston comes back out onto the bump. She's pitched 2.2 innings so far, only allowed 1 hit, 3 strikeouts also.
Oh, 1. She takes it outside. Count evens at 1-1. You can hear how loud the Elon dugout is right now. I mean, oftentimes you get a lengthy rain delay like that. It throws everything off, and most importantly, it kind of takes the sail out of, or the wind out of the sail, that is. Well, not the case for the Elon dugout. They are up, active, and per usual, loud.
And you take a look at the UNCW dugout, and it's kind of the complete opposite.
Slap down the left field line and foul, 1-2. There are the rally caps that Riley was mentioning prior.
What a great look.
I was going to say, they might have to alternate to just wear the visors like that full time.
I agree, 100%.
And it would double on a day like this where there is the threat of rain. It could just catch right there.
Oh, yeah.
1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out here in the home half of the 4th. Good times to be had all around here at Hunt Softball Park on senior weekend. Here's the 1-2. Outside, Hartley takes. She's had a great eye at the plate so far this afternoon. And in this at-bat especially, comes into today riding a .368 on base percentage. 2 for 3, and of course the walk-off yesterday. Looking for that first base knock today. 2-2. In the dirt, ball 3. Count's gone full to the leadoff batter here in the home side of the 4th inning. As Hedelston with the rolled up sleeve. As this one's lifted, shallow left center field, and it's caught by the center fielder on the shift. Back-to-back pop-outs to the center fielder for Reagan Hartley, sends her away. And just like that, it's the 6th straight retiree by this UNCW defense.
We have not seen that much offensive action since the bottom of the 1st from Elon. Having some trouble getting it going here.
First pitch is laid down on the bunt. Wyrick's going to have to hustle up the line, but she cannot beat it out. Nice throw by the 3rd baseman, Biddle. Beats her by a step.
And that end of the lineup. Now all 0 for 2. Having a tough offensive day here, but we go back now to the top of the lineup, and that's where Elon has gotten all their hits. Caitlin Wells, the only player out of the top 5 who hasn't gotten a hit yet. The rest of them, though, are doing their job.
So with 2 outs, Greta Hessenthaler swings at the first pitch she sees, and it's sidearm toss back to the bag at first for a 1-2-3 inning. Second straight 1-2-3 inning by Hedelston and this UNCW defense. We'll come back for the 5th inning right after this.
We welcome you back to Hunt Softball Park, UNCW 5, Elon 4, as UNCW steps back up to the plate. But first, just like winning a big game, preventing underage drinking takes teamwork. Parents and teens can visit talkitoutnc.org for resources to start the conversation about the risks of underage drinking. Join Talk It Out NC to cheer for safe and smart choices. Back to you, Max.
First pitch of the 5th inning is in the dirt for a ball. And Adu continues to work from inside the circle, and the second pitch to Corbin also outside the strike zone, 2-0.
And this is the chance where UNCW, if they can get a few more runs on the board, get some insurance to this lead they got going on here. Only got 3 more innings left to play, so that would be good for them.
Hefty hack comes up empty, does the first baseman for UNCW, and Anna Dew, as she's been doing all afternoon, is going to have to battle her way back into this count. Off to a good start on the 2-0, and now the 2-1. Just below the knees, 3-1. (3-1). Lifted in the air, left center field, and this is going to drop and get cut off before the wall. They're able to hold Corbin to a single, and it's a leadoff base knock for just the first time this afternoon. UNCW leads off the inning with a base knock.
See right here, that one hit it pretty square, almost all the way to the fence. That's a great way to start this inning. And something definitely interesting. Yesterday, McKenna McCard got the win for Elon. She's now 10-3 on the season. They got her warming up in the bullpen. Didn't expect that.
Get a look at the pinch runner for UNCW. It's Chupley's back out there. Played in yesterday's game. And now pinch running in this afternoon. First pitch to number 22, Maggie Purdy, is in there for a called strike. Chupley's was 0 for 1 yesterday with a strikeout. Now pinch running on first as this one's lifted in the air, right field. Tracking as Hartley makes the catch on the right side of the foul line, fires it into second base, but with the slide, ball actually caught her on the way up. And then into the glove of the shortstop, Wyrick. Chupley's is able to advance on the flyout to the right fielder.
And that ball just perfectly hit her, and Wyrick just caught it. That was an interesting play. Take a look at the replay. She got a good jump off of the bag, and looks like it hit her in the leg.
I'm not sure if it got through on the slide attempt. They would have had her at second base. She was off and running as soon as the ball hit the mitt of the right fielder. This one out of play in foul territory, strike one. But it puts a runner in scoring position, and that would be a much-needed insurance run for UNCW. We alluded to it before going to break, but the CAA softball standings are all jam-packed. Right now, UNCW is at risk of missing the CAA tournament. They sit at 10-12 in conference play. If they get swept this weekend, they can all but really kiss those postseason aspirations goodbye. So a big-time Game 2 today, and obviously a big-time Game 3 tomorrow. 0-2 pitch. Hardly hit on the ground. This one's gloved by Searing. Fires to first base. What a play by 29. On a hop, she made the stab with the web and threw it over to her senior teammate, Shaw, to retire Richardson.
And great job looking over to second base to make sure the runner did not advance on the throw to third. That's the way you got to do it. You get that out at first and you keep the runner at second.
I don't know what had more power, the ground ball on the way to Searing or the throw she had on the way over to first.
Both of them really hard hit balls and thrown balls.
First pitch sails by out of the strike zone to Addie Yates. Pair of Ks for the left fielder. One looking, one swinging. As the lefty awaits the 1-0, here it comes. Shallow pop to the left at third base and gloved by Searing to retire the side. Nice fist bump from her pitcher, Anna Dew, and that will take us to the home side of the fifth. Phoenix needs some runs, down by 1. Stick with us on Flow College.
Dear Triad, we see you driving by us every day, whether off to work or ready to play, heading over to a beautiful park, just in time for a fun family walk, or windows open, zipping around for quick bite with friends right downtown. Your Toyota takes you most everywhere, and we ensure you get there with the utmost of care. Oh, Triad, we sure love you dearly. Yours, most sincerely, Cox Toyota. Before you buy, give Cox a try.
Cotton Eye Joe playing here at Hunt Softball Park, but you don't have to ask where the Seahawks come from, Riley. That's UNCW out in Wilmington. It's a good one here this afternoon, and the sunny afternoon is back in full swing, and so is the dance routine for the Elon Phoenix.
Seems like they are always dancing, whether that's in the dugout, right outside of it. We saw it before they went back on the field. They were having a dance circle as usual. I feel like we see that every game, Max.
Allie Searing will look to get the offense back on the right track. 2 for 2 today is the third baseman. She's made a couple of really nice plays in the field as well. Stole a base. Perfect on the season in that category. And first pitch. Another foul ball. Catches a piece of the home plate umpire. He has taken a beating behind home plate.
Yeah, he's definitely having a rough day back there. At least he didn't fall to the ground this time, though.
John Hipp, he's a trooper indeed. Nice job by the head coach of UNCW and Ashley Wade, as well as the other umpires to allow the home plate umpire, that is, catch his breath. Looks like he's ready to go. Nice round of applause for him. Thumbs up over to the third base coach and stands back in. Like we told you, it's not easy calling balls and strikes, especially now that it's late April. The humidity is at an all-time high. It's hot out there. Those guys got a lot of gear on. They're standing for, with the rain delay, could be up to 4+ hours. So good to see him be okay. Here comes the 0-1. Softly hit, and it's gloved by the catcher. And for the first time on the day, they're able to retire the third baseman for the Maroon and Gold, Allie Searing.
Caitlin Wells still looking for her first base knock of the afternoon. 0 for 2 so far. It's kind of hurting her batting average just a tad. She's still above 400 though, 409 her batting average now.
First pitch off the end of her bat down the first base line, and right on cue, Corbin fields it, steps on the bag, and frustrated Caitlin Wells retreats to the dugout.
And that's just 2 unlucky hits. They made contact the last 2 batters, but didn't put them into good positions.
Gabby Shaw doubled in a pair of runs back in the first inning. Also scored in that inning. Takes the first pitch, breaking ball that dips below the knees. Ball 1. The double was her first hit of the weekend. She's 1 for 4 in her last 2 games. Here's the 1-0. Catches the outer corner, strike 1. Shaw started the afternoon batting at .259. Raised that up with the 1 for 2 afternoon today. Here's the 1-1. Hefty hack from the first baseman, but right back to the backstop. And the count's 1-2. One-two pitch. On the ground to third, fielded by Biddle across the diamond to first, and the stretch by Corbin is in time to retire the Maroon and Gold first baseman. 9 up and 9 down in a row for UNCW, and they take the 5-4 lead to the 6th inning. Time is waning for the Maroon and Gold. They'll try and stifle them offensively when we return. A wise man once said, do or do not. There is no try, and that is exactly what Anna Du does on the mound. She succeeds. Back out there for another inning of work is the maroon and gold pitcher, as she tries to keep this a one-run ball game.
And if you're wondering who the wise man Max is talking about, he's giving a shout to Yoda.
Had to on the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith back out in theaters. If you haven't caught it, there's been a couple of Star Wars quotes throughout the broadcast. I'm hoping the right audience has been tuned into Flow College this afternoon.
Can't go wrong with a Yoda quote.
Certainly cannot. 2-0 the count to Amadeo. Catcher's looking for her first base knock of the afternoon. Pair of Ks for her. Fouled straight back, 2-1.
And both teams' end of their lineups really struggling on the offensive side of the ball. Richardson, Yates, and Amadeo, none of them able to get a knock. Hennessy, though, 2 for 2, so a little bit better than Elon's lineup.
Two-one, skips by in the dirt, 3-1. A little bit more chatter from the UNCW dugout, as this one's lifted in the air, right field, down the first baseline and out of play. Gabby Shaw, Greta Hessenthaler, and the right fielder Reagan Hartley all hustling over that way. Lands in foul ground for just a strike, 3-2.
This is where you got to win it if you're Anna Du. Full count, no outs. Get it started here.
Trying to set down the leadoff batter, but she cannot. Just off of the plate, and the second free pass of the afternoon for Anna Du puts another leadoff batter aboard. Relay reached back in the first inning to start the game on a free pass. Got to flash forward all the way to last inning. The single was just the second time the Seahawks started with the leadoff runner. Hefty hack comes up empty. It's Hennessy. Really good afternoon for the number 9 hole hitter. You see that average in the bottom right-hand corner, up to 400. 2 for 2, pair of singles, scored both times. 59th pitch from Anna Du. Right down Broadway, strike 2.
And to make a comment on Hennessy, that's insane to have a 9-hole batter batting 400. You start your lineup off with Relay and Biddle, 341 average and a 404, and you end it off with a 400.
Almost acts as that second leadoff. Tries to hold up on the 0-2, and she does. 1-2. Big swing and a miss. Anna Du, her third strikeout on the afternoon. And finally able to retire Grace Hennessy.
Relay has not had that good of an afternoon, 0 for 2. She did get walked in the first inning, though.
Shows bunt, pulls back, strike called by the home plate umpire. Not the best day by any means, 0 for 2. She's 0 for 4 for the weekend, but she's reached base 3 times in her 5 trips to the plate. Technically 6 trips to the plate. Lays down the bunt here. It's a good one. Right on the line. It's a fair ball. You could not have walked out and placed that softball any better.
That was a beautiful bunt. I don't think there's any words to say about that. You couldn't have done it better, just like what you said.
Great zoom and enhance as well by the talented group in the control room. Awesome stuff.
I don't think she could do that again, even if she tried.
It's one of those, if you asked her to do that 10 more times, that would be the 1 out of 10 she'd get. But who knows? Top of the order is oftentimes really good at laying down the bunts. I think she also got a little bit of help due to the dampness of the dirt field. They had the tarp on all rain delay, but it still was a little damp out there on the dirt. And that thing, you could see it. It just hit the ground, kind of spun, and then sat right where it landed. As head coach Kathy Bocock goes out to talk to her team.
And you saw it, Fitzpatrick went to wait for it to go over the foul line, and it just did not move.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be, right on the foul line.
They got 2 runners now. Ortiz on second, Relay on first. You only got 1 out here. You're at the front of your lineup with Biddle up to bat right now, and she's been a monster today at the plate, 3 for 3, with her last hit being a triple, getting 1 RBI, and then her second hit, a single, but also getting another RBI, so they got to watch out for her.
Lays down the bunt, and this one got her. I'm not sure if she was in the box or not. They're going to call her out. This got her outside the box, and that is going to be the second out of the inning. Runners will have to go back to first and second. And talk about a break for the Elon Phoenix. They were ready for the bunt, but here, this will give us a great look at it. Yep, caught her right on the way up, clearly out of the batter's box, and it's an unfortunate break for the Seahawks, a big-time break for the Phoenix.
And that's always tough when you're trying to lay the bunt down and it just bounces a tad too hard.
First pitch to the 3-hole hitter is below the knees, ball 1. Morgan Britt, the right fielder, this afternoon, tough go-around, 0 for 3. On the weekend, she's now 1 for 5 after a base knock yesterday. 1-0. Just leaves it off of the corner. To a pitch. Upstairs, 3 balls, no strikes.
Definitely going to be tough for Anadu to fight back on this one. Seen this a lot from her, but 3-0, that's hard to come back from.
.3-0 taken, bases loaded.
You just saw all of her teammates on the infield take a step in and give her some words of encouragement. You got 2 outs, though, so there's a chance that no runs could score here, but that's definitely going to be tough with what we've seen this inning from Anadu.
Force at any base, as this one's lifted in the air, right field. Charging in Hartley, and she makes the catch over the visor to retire the side. UNCW loads them up, but strands everyone where they are. 8 runners left on base in total this afternoon. They cling to that 1-run lead. We'll see if the Phoenix can have an answer when we return.
Hampton Farms peanuts, roasted with delicious flavor inside the shell. Available in salted, unsalted, and Cajun hot in the produce section of a grocery store near you. Shell, yeah.
Some things in life are hard. Buying a car shouldn't be one of those things. And that's why more and more people are choosing Modern Toyota in Winston-Salem. Modern makes it easy with over 900 new Toyotas to choose from. And you'll always get our lowest possible price. The friendly staff at Modern will help you choose the right Toyota for your needs. And our simplified paperwork makes it easy. We'll even deliver your new Toyota straight to your door. Get started today at moderntoyota.com.
Experience the Modern difference.
Hampton Farms peanuts, roasted with delicious flavor inside the shell. Available in salted, unsalted, and Cajun hot in the produce section of a grocery store near you. Shell, yeah.
Take a look at the CAA softball standings, and Riley, there is just one thing to say. If you're not with me, then you're my enemy. That has been the name of this season for the CAA. Look at the top of it. 19-4, 18-4, 18-5, 16-7. There's a hefty group of teams that will get to the CAA championship tournament for the softball side of things, but will not make it to the NCAA tournament when it's all said and done.
And that's big because before today, Elon and Campbell were both tied at 18-4. As you saw, Campbell now 18-5, so they got another loss on their book. Elon travels to Campbell for their last series of the regular season, so if they can sweep this series and go there next, they could have a chance to get first place if Delaware falls out.
It is every team for themselves right now. Nobody is locked in. Nobody is safe. As Hatsopoulos swings over the top of it, 1-2. You mentioned how important that is. Elon right now 18-4. They play Campbell next week. Right now, Elon sits above them, barring the result of this game, of course. But all you have to do, and really this game becomes okay to lose now because Campbell dropped earlier today, you've got to match the Camels, and then you've got to beat them when you go play them in Bowie's Creek, as this sharp line drive is gloved by the first baseman.
And then all you can do is hope that somehow Delaware loses at least one game. 2 would be helpful. All 3 would be insane, but can't really do anything about that except for hope and pray.
Control the controllables, as they say. And right now, the only thing the Phoenix can do is what they have been. Keep on winning. First pitch to Fitzpatrick. Fouled back. Out of play.
And Elon's had a few hits now so far this game where they've just hit it straight directly into the glove of the infielders for UNCW, and there's just no way around that.
Oh, 1 pitch. In the dirt, ball 1. Well, we keep on, or we say the Phoenix can only control their own destiny in terms of their results. And, well, this weekend is a great place to be at, especially when you consider this is a team that's now won 12 straight games at home. Yesterday marked their 12th straight victory in this ballpark. Fitzpatrick and the offense need to get the afterburners going a little bit here this afternoon if they want to continue that streak.
And that's definitely a streak worth keeping. Don't want to drop that in the last home series of the regular season.
Game today, and then, of course, senior day tomorrow, although it's really senior weekend here at Hunt Softball Park. The attendance has been fantastic by the faithful, Hildads, and other family members alike. As the 1-2's outside, good eye by the Phoenix backstop.
And if you're Elon, you're just hoping you can get it going here, as after this, we're headed into the 7th, and that's a life or death situation.
2-2. On the ground, foul, left of the bag at third.
We've been talking about it all game. The end of the lineup hasn't been able to produce, and if they are gonna get a hit at any time, this is the time that it needs to be done, because also this might be the last time they see the field in an offensive perspective. Really got to get a hit here.
Not only that, but if they go in order, as the 2-2's on the way. Poke the opposite way. Nice play by the first baseman. Pair of nice plays by Corbin in this inning. Unassisted 3 to retire Fitzpatrick. But you look up and you notice 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Add the 1 remaining to the 3 next inning. You've got 4 left. 7, 8, and 9 are due up in those 4. And you'd love to get it back around to the top of the order to have a shot at tying or winning in walk-off fashion. Inside, ball 1.
And it also begs the question, is Anna Dew coming back out for the top of the 7th, or are we going to see a new pitcher for Elon?
She's been magnificent. And we'll answer that question here momentarily with 2 gone in the home side of the 6th. Here comes the 1-0. On the ground, left of the bag at third, and foul. Biddle with the dive attempt, but was in foul ground, so no harm, no foul.
Elon just not having any opportunities at the moment. They cannot get a hit to save their life.
13 in a row retired by Huddleston on the mound. 1-1. On the ground, again to third. This is again a foul ball. And this time it might be a bit to the demise of the third baseman, Biddle. She had it in a hurry and was well on her way to making the third out of the inning. And we'll see if Mary Moss-Wirt can answer the call of the new life she's got. Here's the 1-1, or the 1-2, excuse me. High and tight. Count even at 2-2.
Just got to take advantage of this new life if you're Mary Moss-Wirt here. If you can work it out to a walk, that would be good, or even get a hit.
Two balls, two strikes, two outs. Huddleston fires. Poked to the shortstop. Hennessy up and over and in time to retire the side. 13 and now 14 in a row retired by UNCW. They take the 5-4 lead to the final inning of action here on Flow College. Stick with us. Phoenix looking for a miracle. Anna Duke continues to work, but it has been UNCW who has been in the driver's seat. 3-run homer in the top of the first got them going, and they were able to take that lead and get back in the driver's seat after a run came across the board in the fourth. It was off of the bat of Purdy. Second baseman is back up to bat here and is 1 for 2 on the afternoon.
Elon only down by 1, though, so it definitely a chance to walk it off if they don't allow any runs here in the top of the 7th.
Anna Duke trying to keep it where it is and doing a pretty good job of that to start this inning. 0-2 the count to the second baseman. Oh, 2 pitch. Just ran away from the right-handed batter. Goes by outside the strike zone and the count's 1-2.
And a great choice by Kathy Bocock to keep Anna Dew out here in the circle. Gives her some confidence.
Ground ball, sharply hit. Nice play by Wyrick. Fires to first. Big stretch by Gabby Shaw, but it's not in time.
And she's had so many almost plays today where she's had a great stretch, and it's just a little bit too late. Take a look at the replay here. Hits it to the shortstop in Lainey Wyrick. Gabby Shaw reaches out. She definitely was safe on that play, though. Almost had her. Almost had her.
Full extension for Gabby Shaw, but it was not enough. Talk about a nice play, though, by the shortstop to keep that in the infield dirt. Just too little too late on the throw over, and a multi-hit afternoon for Purdy. Richardson takes strike, throw down to second. The tag is in time for the out.
And that right there, what a play. A great throw from Fitzpatrick and Lainey Wyrick with the even better tag. Let's wait and see if we can get a replay here, and yes, we do. There's the pitch. There's the throw. The ball bounced, and she tags her right on her helmet for the first out of the inning.
This one smacked in the air deep left field, and on the shadow of the warning track, it's caught by Hatsopoulos to retire Richardson. Go back to the throw for a second. That was a picture-perfect throw. Right where they tell you to put it, right on the corner of the base, on a hop, so it's right into the glove of either the shortstop in this case or the second baseman who's covering. And it's a Phoenix defense that continues to make great play after great play. And you wonder if that's the momentum they need on the defensive side of the ball that gets their bats back in action, going to the home side of the seventh. 1-0 in there for a strike.
And that's exactly what we were talking about earlier, leading the shortstop in that case into the tag. She threw it so it went into the glove, and the glove was already in motion to tag her out.
This one fouled away. And Adu in command. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 gone. Another foul ball. One, 2. Just below the knees. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pair of Ks for Yates and a fly out to the third baseman. Smacks another one foul. A couple of really nice foul balls in the at-bat. Believe this is pitch 84 for Adu. Over the 80 marker for certain. She came into this game to start off the third, has been magnificent since then. 2-2. Another foul ball.
And she's just staying alive. Yates hitting everything that comes at her, just can't hit it fair.
Adu had the one hiccup in the fourth. Otherwise, she's been fantastic. Looking for K4. Got it. Swing and a miss. Throw down to first. Adu strikes out and retires the minimum. Here in the top half of the seventh, Phoenix are looking for an answer. Does UNCW say it's over, Elon? We have the high ground, or does Elon come back and win in walk-off style? Find out next on Flow College.
Great medicine and world-class athletics come together at Duke. The Urbanic Sports Science Institute leads this collaboration in treating all sports-related issues from injuries to improving performance. We pride ourselves on offering the best clinical care for all athletes, all ages, and all skill levels. To learn more, visit dukehealth.org or call 919-813-6860.
Discover your gateway to the Elon experience with a stay at the Inn at Elon, a 4-star boutique hotel nestled in the heart of one of the nation's most beautiful campuses. Their mission, a stay with a purpose, ensures that 100% of profits from your stay and meals go directly to supporting student scholarships. Enjoy fine dining at the Mark, along with exceptional hospitality throughout your stay. Learn more and book your visit at theinnatelon.com.
Math is simple. 1 to tie, 2 to win, and send it to a walk-off victory for a second day in a row for the Maroon and Gold. Happy you stayed along with us through all of the elements this afternoon. A game that got started at about 2:03, I believe first pitch was. It is 5:32 here at Elon, North Carolina, and it is 5-4 UNCW in front.
And of any player to start off this bottom of the seventh, our walk-off winner yesterday, Reagan Hartley, gets it going.
Slaps one down the left field line. Lunging catch by the left fielder in Yates. That was a magnificent play.
And if Elon loses this game, that's going to be the storyline of the day. They're just making the plays that no one expects them to make. What a catch from the outfielder in Yates.
Since that first inning, and really since the single by Chloe Hatsopoulos, UNCW has sat down 15 batters straight since a single back in the second. And they have also sat down 19 of the 20 that have come to the plate since then.
Kayla Wilson, the pinch hitter for Lainey Wyrick. Wyrick was 0 for 2 before getting switched out with Wilson.
In a pinch hitting spot, big moment for the right-handed batter. Here's the first pitch. Takes it, strike one.
Wilson, 40 at-bats this season for the Phoenix, 15 hits. So her batting average reads .375. She's got 3 doubles, 1 triple.
Next pitch sails by for a ball, 1-1.
Head coach Kathy Bocock putting a lot of trust in Wilson. Looking for her to get things going here for Elon.
One. Hefty hack comes up empty, 1-2. Top of the order looms on deck. It's Greta Hessenthaler who is scheduled and is in the on-deck circle. If you can get it to Allie Searing and Caitlin Wells, you've got a chance. One, two. Buckles are at the knees and the punch out. Huge out number 2 as it does get it back to the top half of the order, but Riley, limited breathing room.
Limited breathing room, I would say no breathing room. You got 2 outs on the board. If you mess up once, this game's over.
So it will start with Greta Hessenthaler back to the top of the order. 1 for 3 is the second baseman. First pitch to her. Taken, strike 1 at the knees.
And Huddleston has just been go, go, go ever since she came into this game. Elon has not been able to score a run off of her.
Oh, 1 pitch. Down at the shoe tops, and it's 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, 2 gone in the bottom of the 7th. Great take by the second baseman. Counts 2-1. Two-one pitch. Paints the inner corner. Phoenix down to their last strike.
And if you're Greta Hessenthaler, can't really play it safe anymore. Anything remotely close to being in the strike zone, you got to take a whack at it.
Phoenix trying to keep their spot, or their hopes for the number 1 spot alive. UNCW trying to stay in the playoff hunt. 2-2. Swung, back up the middle, diving play by the shortstop Hennessy, and the exclamation point that puts the dot at the end of 17 straight up and 17 straight down. Close the book on a 5-4 win for the UNCW Seahawks. One more look at the game-deciding play.
And UNCW, they just made the better plays today. Elon, they had 5 hits. It's not like they had that bad of an offensive game. I would say they had a great pitching game. Anna Ju came out, so much confidence. They let her take the game for herself, but UNCW just made the better plays when they had the opportunity. We saw the diving catch in left field. We saw the diving catch at shortstop. All of those coming in the last inning, and That's why UNC got the win and Elon didn't.
Huddleston will get the win after 6 2/3 innings of one-hit softball. Dew will get the loss after she gives up the game-winning run. And UNCW, most importantly, Riley, they stay alive at least for now in the CAA Championship Tournament playoff hunt. One more game and the rubber match tomorrow.
Tomorrow, definitely a big game for the Phoenix as they look to win the series. It's now tied 1-1, and also tomorrow is senior day, so be ready for that.
Should be a good one to close out the 2025 softball season from Hunt Softball Park. For Riley Marchand and Annika Cronin in the control room, my name's Max Wallace saying so long, farewell. Seahawks win this one 5-4, 9 hits to 5, and they'll try and take the series tomorrow afternoon.